Hey, that was a wild fucking bounce. Bot calls kind of dwindle off here a little bit, but there's still more room to the upside. There's bot calls out at 6,200. Left two downside gaps. Shitload of puts sold off. Nice bounce on NQ. They consider that the market's not worth 6,200. That's crazy. IWM's squeezing. Finally. Is there any actual reason for this? Got out above delta neutral a couple days ago, but it's weird that IWM's pushing up today, the day they lower rate cut expectations. I think I can see news-wise the Senate says they have the votes to pass it. That doesn't mean they're going to get the votes to pass it. I mean, the bill's still fairly contentious. Jesus, a failed vote would be devastating up here if that's the case. Why doesn't your GS show the condor? Because it's not at them. Oh, this is because this is IWM. It's there. Fucking realized vol crush. There's still a shitload of bot calls at 61 or 6,200, but nothing above it. So it looks like all the price action's just getting pinned to to the 6,200 strike today. I would maybe watch. Hmm. There's some buying out at 62.10. which could be intriguing. We'll see how profit taking goes here, I guess. There's gaps downside 61.88, 84. Game is still kind of low though, overall. Chop the rest of the day. I mean, I don't know. Data wasn't particularly great. I'd like to see us fill the gap down at 70, 73. Although that might be asking for a bit much before the rest of the labor data. Also short week, which is annoying. Resistance here. Reversal on NQ stopped a little bit short. Some bot puts coming in at 61.95. Profit taking on calls 90, 85, 80. In the money calls at 75. Sold put support at 70. Yep. Calls are still net bought at 6,200 though. New low. Might be going down to fill the gap. Hmm. Okay. That's one gap filled. It's a second gap filled. Inverse head and shoulders. Some bot puts here at spot. Bot puts down to 75 right now. Yeah, we might get a new low off of this. See what we need to move back up and retest. Maybe like ES 6240. And then, so, like the gamma flip? Let's see if we retest the gamma flip and fail. That would be kind of interesting. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Supported the delta flip here. Fall's coming down a little. There's some profit taking on puts. I don't know if it's enough to really do anything, but I still think we get the gamma flip test. Or at least looks like they're trying for it. Did it just close my fucking order? Oh, okay, that was weird. Hmm. Might bit of profit taking there. Hmm. Some volume. Can you run through Nvidia positioning on GS? Curious your thoughts compared to my conclusions. If it failed back below Gamma Max, looks like there's a little bit of support at 150, at which point support falls off to the downside with a little bit at like 145. Obviously, there's a metric fuck ton of gamma. Volatility rises pretty rapidly below 150. Options aren't that cheap out of the 30-day. A little bit cheaper there. think they're still very cheap out on the 60. Yeah. Like 60, 90-day options are still extremely underpriced, which is why I bought those like 2027 puts last week. Mm, yeah, kind of the same conclusion here. Not a lot of gamma below 145, and plenty of fucking delta. So I would say 45's probably support, 40, 35, 130. A loss of 145 would be interesting. On the technical side, there's a shitload of downside gaps to fill, like down to 140, where support looks far more stable. So one like locally 145, 140. Both seem fairly viable. Trump's speaking now, because the market didn't like what he said earlier, so he's trying again. Anybody would be better than Fed's Powell. I think we have a deal next week. It will be hard for Iran to do anything because of sanctions. We'll get whatever we want from Iran. We'll be very firm with Netanyahu about Gaza. The U.S. Senate is on course to hold a Tuesday vote on the Trump tax cut spending bill, Senate Democratic source. Oh my God. This Fox News headline. Are the Republicans calling it Alligator Alcatraz too? Because this is hysterical. Yeah, it's in Pickles Picks in the Zillionaire part of the Discord. Did you link your YouTube account with your Discord account? Once you do, you should be able to unlock. It'll unlock all the channels that you're subscribed to. It would be funnier if it wasn't actually happening. I think it's more wild that Fox News is calling it that, also. No, just. Oh, shit. Am I not? Whoops. Sorry about that. Just want one mechanical failure being this far above is VN for this long. There's a lot of data this week. Maybe. At least we're under 6,200. That's kind of neat. And there's some bears. Not a lot of them, but some. I'm surprised someone isn't more aggressively pushing for one side of the condor or the other. Generally, when they open up those condors to crush vol, you get a lot of participants that target them. What do you think about Robinhood planning on tokenizing stocks to allow 24/7 trading? If people really want to fucking trade on some unfucking lit exchange and just pay Robinhood the spread on the bid ask, they can go nuts. But I mean, it's fucking stupid. It's not going to be a deep or liquid market. It's just going to be shit. A shit way to play Vladdy Boy more money for no reason. There are already 24/7 markets that you can just trade that are good. Futures trading? We're not a broker. In 20 years, we're going to have a show called Prison Break from Alligator Alcatraz, but it's going to be white people in brown face. Uh, Time is a flat circle. Senate is voting. Hmm. Should I straddle that? This isn't a bad price to straddle anyway. I should have straddled back at 85. Oh, that's gonna take a few hours though. Do we want to watch the live tally? Where's C-SPAN?
Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen,
It looks like there's...
Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray.
Why is like half the Senate there?
Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts.
Okay, there are a shocking number of
Rosen,
senators wearing sports jackets and
Mr. Sanders,
sneakers.
Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan.
Nothing more exciting than our
Mr.
government
Dean,
in action.
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen.
It's Tuberville.
Mr. Warner,
You
Mr.
illiterate
Warnock,
bitch.
Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Okay, should I stop trading the baby account for the day? How much are you up? Like 600? What is it at? 2238 now. But I moved 2500 over to margin. So 47 something? 47, 48. It's doing good. It's doing good. It's about what, like $2,000 from last week? So almost doubled it. Today's another 100% win rate day. Wait, can I show you guys? How do I do that?
On this vote,
I'll just
the
close
yeas
this.
are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
Ah, bullish. Now it goes back to the House, right? Damn, evenly divided. That's fucking wild.
Pursuant to the order, 4 February 29, 1960, the hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
The fuck?
Let us pray. Eternal, ever blessed God.
Is this like a non-denominational prayer? What the fuck is going on?
For the glory of your name.
George Washington's rolling over in his grave right now.
So that they will strive to be servants of the people. Help them to walk with forgiveness so that they will forgive as they desire to be forgiven.
Wait, hold on. That means
Walk with courage so that nothing will deflect
all of the Democrats voted against it, and at least two of the Republicans flipped.
So that nothing may daunt or discourage them until they reach their goal. Lord, help them to walk with loyalty.
I don't want to listen to this shit.
So that nothing will ever seduce their hearts from their devotion to you. We pray in your loving name. Amen.
That guy reminds me of the skinny detective from The Wire. The one with the really deep voice. He's always angry all the time. Joke's on you, it's the same dude. I hope not. I hope his career amounted to something more than becoming the senatorial chaplain. What does that position pay? I need to get into religion. What the fuck? $221,000 a year? That's good, right? Not Omar. He passed away. Cedric Daniels. Did he also pass away, Lance Reddick? Oh no. Young too. Holy fuck. Who is the dude who's from like Louisiana who plays shit, what's his name? Wendell something. Is he still alive? Okay, he's still alive. Bunk, yeah. He's like a stage actor, I think. He's got a new show. Oh, nice. It says a lot about that show that Idris Elba was one of the worst actors on it. Positioning didn't change much with the Senate passing the bill, so I guess baked in. Yeah, no wonder the Democrats can't win an election. What a bunch of cucks. No filibustering, nothing. Just run Trump out of time and make him go broke. I mean, these people just want to collect their paychecks and get their fucking corporate bribes. Elon's starting a new party. You can too. It's stupid. Just get all the blue states to secede. It's much easier. Yeah, but there's a bunch of shit that's in the bill that's not part of reconciliation. We've been trying. Long live Cascadia. Fidelity isn't loading candles. You know what that means. You have shitty internet. Isn't like a bunch of that shit in violation of the bird rule, though? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. No, not bird law, bird rule. It's supposed to prevent extraneous, non-budget related, well, like policy from being added to the reconciliation bills. Like, I'm pretty sure every senator could have raised a point of order on that and slowed the fucking bill down like 2 months. Because it's full of shit that has nothing to do with the budget. It doesn't matter if the majority votes against it. No, it didn't get stripped out. Some of it did, but not all of it. Speaking of birds, a wise man once told me if a bald eagle flies into your mouth, you can legally eat it. Sounds like a genius. Did you pick up your own piece of history with Trump's Victory 45-47 fragrance? It probably just smells like Drakkar Noir. You guys think Trump bathes his balls in Polo? Like the green bottle of Polo? You guys know what it is. Your grandpa's all had it. This one. Is that Absinthe? No, it's Polo Men by Ralph Lauren. It's the scent of a New England bathhouse. What's up, man? The bottle the size of your thumb and costs $750? No, no, it's like the size of your palm and it's like $30. It's like the men's version of Chanel number 5. No, it's the scent of old money. $62.10? I'll be honest, we could push up to 25 or 30, potentially. It's kind of unlikely that we'd get over 62.10, but definitely not impossible. I'm more of an Axe body spray kind of guy. Gross. Yeah, they could. I mean, we're getting rejected a little bit here on resistance, so maybe they don't, but yeah, there's room to push out to like probably 20. They might be able to go a little higher than that. Yeah, above 20 is really tough. Not impossible, but it's still pretty early in the day. But foolish to buy longer dated at the money puts on QQQ here. Ooh, how did NQ react to the bill passing? Not that well. Curious. Hmm. I don't know. Let me look at something. Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of an opportunity for a pullback. I don't know how dramatic it would be, but maybe back to like 536 to 523, somewhere in there. Doesn't seem impossible. Especially like with buyback flows being basically non-existent over the next couple of weeks. TQQQ indicator? Yeah, I could show it to you. It looked like it bottomed out yesterday, but it's hard to tell where the bottom is. Like it's far safer to trade It's honestly far safer to trade the reversals, like over the flip. Those are usually fine. But I guess if you wanted to get in super early with no confirmation whatsoever, this could be a point to do it. God, this thing's like magic. I am so smart. Long the crossover was 60% returns. That is crazy. What even is that thing I made? Secret sauce, Gilgamesh. Hey now, I helped with it. Okay, fine. Yes, me and Dork. Me and Dork made it. I conceptualized it. Dork helped me realize my dream after my vibe coding was dog shit. Have you traded it at all, Dork? Have you traded the free money printer? This is the problem. You can make a million indicators, but if you don't throw some money at them, it doesn't matter how good they are. The goal was always for you to make me rich. So much responsibility. How are you supposed to make money off the good one if you didn't blow up 20K on the other bad ones? It's the story of my life. I've blown up so much money on janky indicators that we built because they were completely untested. I should add it all up one time. Or ridiculously overfitted. Yeah, of course. No. Don't do that. It'll be sad. It's okay. I made like 500K on oil during the Iran-Israel conflict. I'm not going to feel that bad. Fucking do it. How hard is Basant going to have to go on issuance when the bill is passed? Oh, hard AF. Yeah, he's gonna sell so many fucking treasuries. They're also gonna try to refinance at lower rates. But what if, hear me out, in an era of over dependence on government spending, ratings agencies simply don't like us spending another $3.6 trillion. Money's got to come from somewhere, hamburger. And technically, R2K ran before the bill passed. But it's only passed the Senate. The ratings agency can take a hike. We can spend borrowed money how we like. It's not their money. Where could this pull back to if we expect more upside? Um, on like a longer term time frame or just intraday. This would be a fine place to get support intraday. Try to 100 again, maybe. After the profit taking. Looks like there's plenty of sold puts here. There's still a ton of bot calls at 6,200. There are some few bot puts coming into the downside. So we failed the trend, but how far are we below it? Oh, that's the trend test. Never mind. I guess we'll see if we get a bounce here on the trend test. Which we did. So 90, 98 here, probably a fairly important level, and then 6203 as a signal and confirm for a push to the upside. Not a very strong bounce. Probably grind you enough though. Bot calls at 6,200 picking up. Bot puts at 62, 95, 90. Sold calls out to the upside of 6,200 right now, which are building. Uh, this is 98. It broke up a little. Mm. Mm. Bulls are still levering up. Yes, about to test 5250. Nice. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, Greg. Do you think Madani is right when he says we shouldn't have billionaires? Yeah, except me, if I get there. In which case, no, he's wrong. Yeah, obviously. Seemed simple enough. Do you still troll people at Whole Foods with 12 eggs in your shopping cart? Not. It wasn't 12. It was several dozen eggs, and now it's become less fun. Mm. Profit taking on the 200 test. That's probably a little bit bearish. Hmm. What do you think is retirement money? I don't know. I probably already have that. All I care about is getting 100% win rate on futures day over day. I'm doing good so far. It's 17 trades now. Ooh. 18 trades. The best amount of money to comfortably retire with is 6.5 million. Yeah, only if you're gonna break your own fucking bread, Dork. That's a negative. You think you could afford to buy bread at that point? $6.5 million doesn't go as far as it used to. I like your Fed cut idea. It could be the ultimate troll. Yeah. Yeah, it could be. Mm. 19 trades. Yes, pushing to retest 50 again. There's some bot puts at 95, but they're shaking off. Hard to get out above 210. A lot of sold calls up there. Damn, they did not want to give me that fill. Ah, nice. All right. All right, I'm done. I'm done trading futures. 20 for 20. And I split this, so I put another 2,500 in the margin account. So I'm gonna sell. We'll do some idiot trades with the low vol with the other half of the account. Was the energy stocks pump just closing shorts end of quarter? It very well could be. Energy's been a big underperformer, though. It could also just be short cover and not, and shorts aren't going to necessarily leverage back up. I love how he said we, like we have input. Can you make 100% lose rate? That seems hard. Probably. Thanks, Nuke. One sec. I don't understand how your win rate is so high with all these sharp reversals. I mean, all the trades are there. I don't know. Are they that sharp? Hmm. Support here, or do we test the delta flow? I'm not sure. Uh, Support's like a little... There's a little bit of support. There's some bot calls. There's still bot calls at 62. Um, yeah, there's some support. Hmm. Hmm. VIX will always become unpinned again. That's how volatility works. Uh, Off topic. What's your plan for 4th of July weekend? I don't know. Stare longingly at charts for 4 days? Probably shitpost on the Discord a little bit. Almost did a retest of the trend. See if this pushes above 250. IWM sold off a little bit, but still looks pretty bullish on the whole. Hmm. Hmm. New low for VIX for the day? No. Very close, though. Another retest of the trend, slightly higher. A little bit of profit taking, 6,200, 6,205, 195. More profit taking on the 6,200s. Hmm. Bot puts coming in 6,200. 195. Still sold puts at 90, acting as support here. Mm. Delta's fallen really sharply to the upside of 62. Still some gamma out there though. No downside gap, I don't think, on this move. Up. No, we go up this time? Maybe. I don't know. Lower high so far. Starting to get a lot of bot puts at 6,200. Some of the sold puts at 95 still buying back. Some bot puts coming in at 61, 65 also. Uptick in volume, but IWM's pumping. Looks like buy side pressure is weakening a little. So they either need to short vol hard here and try to get the breakout, or this is gonna, like, if this drags on too long, it's gonna fail again. Maybe not as deeply. Maybe only back to like 97 or so, but some in the money puts being bought 210, 215. Puts still being added at 6,200. It might have been an attempt to squeeze them off, but I don't think it worked. Yes, slipped right through 6,250 there. Vol up on this drop. Hmm. Still very choppy though. It's not shaking off the bot pits. Those are still growing. And now more bot puts at 50 or 62.15. I will say they're still selling the 85 pretty aggressively. The 90. Triple top. New high. Mm, 6,200 puts are growing still. Left a gap at 6202. Any chance of downside this week or flat up? The unbiased savant Gherk at the weekend foretold downside. I think with more data, there's a potential for a downside. It's a short week. I mean, you could just stay pinned, to be honest. If nothing surprises too hard. Still getting a shitload of bot puts, 6,200. Got 900 of them so far. It's been pretty stacked. They are selling some puts of 6,205 though. Hmm. Maybe those get rugged. Gap to the downside looks like it filled here. See if that leads. We got a little uptick in volatility, but not much. So I guess we'll see if this bleeds out. IWM's still pumping. NASDAQ looks weak though. Bear flag. Hasn't failed it, but it looks like it's going to on the 5-minute. Hmm. Interesting. They're getting very narrow. Hmm. Red alerts now sounding across Israel following the launch of a ballistic missile. From Iran? Oh my god, did the fucking Pakistani nuke? Yemen fired it. Interesting. At whom? Well, the market doesn't. The market only knows that one has been fired, not where it's been fired. $38 counterparties take 245 billion. That's still pretty high. Huge drop from yesterday, but still high. Well, there's still a lot of bot puts at 6,200. So, see if they get in the money. I don't know if we'll squeeze any puts on that, but we could, like, retest 95, maybe. 97. Calls are being sold pretty heavily. There's some pullback in short puts. Just not a ton. Mostly out of the money, like 85, 80, 75. Ring. I think in its current range, it's possible that we go over it again. But Gamma Max accelerating away from spot is bearish. Gamma Max pulling towards spot, bullish. So it'll depend. If we close lower than GM today, and GM continues to rise, that's a more bearish indication. Also, this like pancake price action on the start of the week is not super bullish right now. Like today is already trading mostly, well, almost entirely below the weekly high. It's also related to why you sometimes hear Gherk say we need a pullback for repositioning to allow bulls to climb further up. Yeah, we don't we don't particularly need a pullback right here. I mean, we need we need a we would need a pullback for like a push much higher. But a push out to like 62.20, we don't need a pullback. I mean, we could leverage that up on the intraday if there were enough interest in that. 1 second. If DF crosses GF, it's not bullish. Even them narrowing is kind of not bullish. But um, it would definitely be an indication that the majority of delta on the chain is getting very close to spot, but gamma on the chain is staying further, weighted further from spot, which, on the zero DT is kind of a recipe for the dumping delta. So I think the contraction that you're seeing between the two right now is largely due to persistent profit taking, both out of the money and in the money. DF and GF has crossed all day yesterday, and we went up. We did. It's true. The point at which they crossed was quite bearish, though, if I remember correctly. There's still bot calls 6205. There's a few bot calls coming in at 6210. Still bot puts at 6200. I think the push up is squeezing a few sold calls. But I don't really know if bulls are piling in here. Bulls have a ton of support at 62. They have a lot of calls there. While puts are getting close to outnumbering them, they're not there yet. There's very little delta to the upside of spot. And it falls off really sharply. But we do have a bunch of support at 62, which we could just hold all fucking day, because I don't think there's much data tomorrow. Tomorrow's, well, it's a shorter week, so it's like compressed, right? Yeah, tomorrow's kind of a dead day for data. We have Challenger in the morning, but that's it. Head and Shoulders on the ES 15-minute right here. Breaking a little bit above it, maybe. Lower high on NQ. SPX still benefiting a bit from the equal weight run. RSP's up like 125 points today. It is starting to pull back a little, but it's up quite a lot. Those puts at 6,200 are still building. The bot calls are retreating, getting net more and more net sold. They're now net sold at 6,215 on like 10-minute window. 6210 and 05 are retreating a bit. Short puts at 05 and 10 are also pulling back a little. And some bot puts are coming in at 15 again. I don't know if that'll mean a failure of 6,200 though. Ooh, 6,200 puts just got a big bump. They're almost neck and neck with the bot calls now. Bot puts at spot too. 6205 ticking up. I feel like that's a mistake. Buying them in the money, sure, but buying them at spot just gives bulls something to try to squeeze. I think it capitalizes everything because he just doesn't tag me. Bull put and chill today. There's a little danger in doing that. I did give the Bulls something to squeeze. $61.95 is almost negative gamma now. One second. Pen test. Ooh, yeah, flipped. Oh, I need some water. Fuck. Hold on. This is super fun. New York erects 10-foot tall pink foot fountain that sprays water from its tip. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, okay. It's another failed test of the upside of the trend. Thanks, man. Yeah, we'll see. I got plenty of time, so I'm not too worried about it. Mm, a lot of bot calls at 5210 that came in. And some put selling. Still a lot of 6,200 puts. Some got shaken off. Maybe bears won't be as stupid this time with their put positioning. I really want to take my 3%, 4% on Nove in 3 hours, shares only. You could. I mean, in this instance, it just gave the bulls something to squeeze. But that's not always the case. We went up because somebody bought 1,762 10 calls. That was me. And whoever did that's currently kind of fucked, so. I don't think we're dealing with a lot of intelligent people anywhere on the chain. Like, they got $5 of price improvement, and they've only closed like 100 of the contracts they bought. That's me. Some puts closed. The 6210 puts closed. They got blown the fuck up. SPX just failed its trend on the 5-minute. Well, it's lower trend. It had one trend here, and then it failed, and then it formed a lower uptrend, which it is now failing. $6,200 seems to be the pivot point for bulls here. But still decent support at like 90, 95. And still an idiotic number of 6210 calls bought. If we drop back under 6,200, those 6210 calls are probably going to capitulate. And if they do, the bulls that are selling puts as support are probably going to get fucked. It's quite a lot of delta.
Popcorn Trader put their pickle in my jar. Sup Gherk, first time listener, long time caller.
Popcorn!
What the hell is going on with this
First time
market?
listener, long time caller. What the hell is going on with this
6200
market?
again.
6,200
Have I
SPX
entered fever
again?
dream
Have I
territory?
entered fever dream territory? I don't know. Did you short Carvana when I DM'd you? Popcorn Trader gets personalized DMs. Pigeon Whale. I'm also a Pigeon Whale. Did you DM me? Well, thank you. Now I will. You just opened yourself up to many unwanted DMs. Why would I not want Pigeon Whales to DM me? We're best friends. That's what Pigeon Whale pays for. Except for Ribs. He's still my mortal enemy. Friendship? What? Yeah, Pigeon Whale is the next logical step in committing to our um, parasocial relationship. Oh yeah? Then why didn't you come to my wedding? It wasn't close to me. Also, nowhere in there did you mention me being best man. I was a little offended. That, and you spent most of your engagement trying to solicit your wife to me. Prima nocta. That's not how it's spelled. Ridiculous. Best man speech would be Pickles Picks. No, it would just be one investment. One carefully curated investment. Not deep value, but moderate. I met this man when he asked me if buying GME was a good idea. It was in that moment I realized he had an awful decision-making capabilities. Luckily, choosing this woman to be his wife was the only good decision I've seen him make. Boom, that's your best man speech. I was gonna do something with, like, finally up on a contract, but yours works too. I just hope one day the pickle jar realizes we own the entire float of a small company unintentionally. Which one? Atomic's gotta be getting pretty close on Fubo. There's poison oak everywhere. I have a theory I'm immune, but I guess we'll see. Are you Native American? And, like, a bunch? Atomic is almost out of his Fubo for the second time. Thank God. Sometimes I wonder how much money Atomic would have made if he'd just ground covered calls on, like, Apple. Italian Irish? Oh, you're fucked. Yeah. Also, to be fair, either of those speeches would have been better than what my actual best man did. He talked about the day I broke my leg and dislocated my knee when I was 14. At least he didn't talk about you banging chicks in college without a condom. So, that was nice of him. I wonder how many, like, penny slots are running around, you know? Let's not go there. Hmm. All these lower highs, no failure of support. Lame. Happy 31 months, Glitch. It was before and lurked from the perm days. Proud to see how you've grown the channel and kept your goal of education. No matter how much our trading IQs challenge your patience. Much love. Thanks, man. Where are we closing today? I want to close at 61.90. It probably won't happen, but it'd be really cool. I'm gonna placebo myself into immunity, but I already cast doubt on it. It's no longer Schrodinger's immunity. It's now biased. Dude, Poison Oak's brutal. You're not gonna be happy. Oh my god, ES is testing its trend on the 5-minute for the first time since noon. That'd be so crazy if it failed. What? No, the 6210 calls are starting to close. This is the dream. Well, okay, a few of them. By no means all of them. I'm not marrying anybody. We're talking about STD slot machines wedding. How you doing, Randall? All the gamma and delta are there. No, delta rising means that the concentration of delta is getting closer and closer to spot. Um, Gamma neutral rising is usually due to the concentration of delta or gamma also getting closer to spot. So it's part of it's like end of day, right? Some of it's profit taking on in the money shit and closing of out of the money like puts. But either way, the dealer's hedge is diminishing, right? I thought about this earlier. This is a really good way to think of both like DFGF and also like the like Greeks by strike on the intraday. Is that like if you're here or trading here, right? the higher above this level you are, the more exposed the dealer is. And below this level, the less exposed. But at that level, there's like no exposure. So there's like no input from the dealer. Right. So, the higher you get above DFGF, the more support there is because the dealer is carrying more and more hedge as price moves up. And the further you get below, the less supportive things get because the dealer is selling more and more as price falls. And then, here on the Greeks by strike, if this is the peak of delta locally, if it goes up, the dealer picks up delta, but less, right? And incrementally less and less, which means that upside price movement potential diminishes. To the downside of this, the dealer has to shed delta. And then, if things go negative, they have to shed a lot of delta. So that might be like a kind of a more simplistic way of looking at all of this. Is just think about like how much exposure the dealer has to carry at any given point. Which is useful in more advanced reasoning as well, but also just useful in kind of taking a look at the chart and trying to make determinations about what those levels mean relative to spot. So if you have the combination like we have right now, where price is falling and dealer exposure is falling, because remember, if DF and GF are moving closer to spot, then the exposure is declining. Right, their total positive hedge is reducing. You can get, if you get past like probably the break point there, the dealer is going to start shedding their hedge more rapidly. And then you can look to the Greeks by strike to see, exactly how much at each strike that effect is going to be realized. It's still floating along that ES support on the 5-minute. Hasn't quite failed yet. No, in a positive gamma environment, the dealer's still buying the dip. They're just buying it less and less. And then if gamma goes negative, then yes, the dealer is selling the downtick. No, that's ridiculous, AJ. WeBull paper trading is improved, but limited. Oh, did they update it? I don't even know where it is. Where is it? Oh, I think I found it. Hmm. It looks shitty. Nope. Pushing through the trend here a little. Need a lower low. But getting very close. This is also the test of the trend for NQ as well. Is there any meaning to DFGF being equal? Yeah, it means gamma and delta are relatively equally distributed. So the dealer's exposure right now to gamma and delta is about this, probably about the same. Or at least the point where their hedge is neutral is about the same. Or zero. So at 61.91, the dealer has no positive or negative exposure. Currently at spot, the dealer is positively exposed to both, but that's kind of starting to slowly reduce. We did get a new low, by the way. Mm. tiny bounce, but on the failure of the trend line, which is interesting. So we slipped a little bit below before bouncing. I wonder if this fails. Hmm. Let's take a peek at Charm here. So Charm is a little bit positive here, but it goes negative under 95. Yeah. That's not super positive. Also, it looks like the upside range has trimmed a bit down to like 50, 52, 15, 20 from where it was earlier. So out of the money gamma falling off. Debt roll do win. I mean, immediately upon passing the bill in Congress, they're gonna have to issue a fuck ton of debt, probably really fast. What does that do to the market? What? What could do that to SPX? Where's the money coming from for that? Out of the equities market? That's where most of the money is. So, well, a lot of money. So, yes, possibly. We're getting another credit downgrade. We might. We deserve to. Compared to other advanced economies, our balance sheet is dog shit. Nah, bro, just another 5 trillion. It's the last. I swear, bro. One more hit. It's based on good faith, which Trump is eroding. Always has been. 26 more payments on my Costco hot dog, and I'm done. I mean, imagine at this point if equity values normalized with 50% of American household wealth and equities. Why do you think when the market went down 20% to levels not seen since 6 months prior, consumer sentiment went into the fucking toilet? Because everyone was like, oh, I guess I just lost 20% of all my money. No, now do over leveraged houses. That's a whole nother issue. Those are rookie losses around here. Talk to me after 110%. Sentiment wasn't politically divided. Sentiment was just shit. If you mean Republicans had a slightly less shit outlook, sure. But it was still shit. How could sentiment shift if nothing happened? What do you mean nothing happened? I'm running for Elon's new third party. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's just trying to split the center Dems and the center Republicans off into their own group where nothing ever happens and he continues to receive subsidies. Is he calling it Party X? Not yet, but he will. Yeah. Not distributive road. This is boring. Bot puts coming in at 62.10, a few of them. Also, some bot puts coming in at 61.90. Let's see. Hear me out. Ditch this delta at 6,200. Test 75. Close at 85. The chances of the support of 6,200 calls capitulating will get higher as we get towards the end of the day. Especially with so little padding. The problem is a lot of those 6,200 calls were just bought at 6,200 and haven't gained much value. So people aren't super willing to just give up on them. Aside from end of quarter window dressing, which is over, do bulls have any other incentives for wanting to hold these levels or push higher? Other than, well, just printing positions, it just seems so dangerous. No, I think in aggregate we're gonna see more of the near term positioning pull off. But don't forget we have a lot of big hard data this week. And so there is an incentive to stabilize things here through the data and continue to short the declines in implied volatility as the data comes in as expected. It's almost time for me to get XRT puts again. Too soon now? Mm. Same could probably be said for IWM. It does grip too. Post UV and GM jump upward when data gets printed in after hours, right? No? What? Why? You mean like in the morning? They only move with OI reports, which are once a day. You didn't see GN and like all the neutrals on the SPX chain moved sharply higher yesterday or after yesterday. Why would I care about that? If they could read, they would be very upset. Do people still own that fucking stock? There's no way. I refuse to believe it. This is so boring. MQ is actually getting lower lows. ES is still holding up, but if NQ were to sell off hard enough, it could drag the S&P down. And Q selling off again a little bit more. ES is like flat on the day right now. NQ is down 77 points, which is wild. But Mag 7's not quite as heavily weighted as it was back in like December, Jan, Feb. There's some fall. I will say it looks like they've mostly given up on the 6210 calls. Those are kind of wiped out now. Puts being bought 6210, 6205. There's some in the money bot puts down at 95, but we're getting some profit taking on the 6200 calls finally. There's still quite a lot of them, but I'd say they've dropped by about 500 contracts. Yeah, there's some rotation going on today. It's pretty obvious. Out of how many? 1800? I think 1900 might have been the peak. That's net. So net bought 1900. Out of the, fucking 129,000 traded. Bot puts levering up 6205 and 6210. How long ago did you go long IWM to front run this sector rotation? Didn't I put that in Pickles Picks? I think I did. Talked a bunch about how over short IWM was. Yeah, okay. It was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I even specifically said that going like long small caps and short QQQ could be really beneficial. Ooh, there we go. That's what I wanted. There goes Gamma. Back to where it's supposed to be. some support here. Although I will say if 91 is lost, we could drop all the way to, or 90 is lost, we can drop all the way to 61.75 pretty quick. Out of the money puts being bought back. So let's see if bulls come in here and try to bounce this at 90. This is where their support was. And despite buying back a bunch of their puts, they still have a lot sold. Big reversal. Strong. I don't think there was any news. There might have been, but if there was, I didn't see it. Oh. Okay, slapped a few more trades on there. Nice. Mm. Retest at 97 fails, and we can fall back down into negative gamma. So this level is important on the bounce. Because this retest might just lead to capitulation of the bot calls there. Ball turning back up again. Hmm. What's going on? Still a lot of bot puts. Bot puts growing at 61.90, 61.80. There's bot puts in the money, 6,200, 6,205. There's a few bot calls at 95 on the bounce, but not many of them. And bot calls at 6,200 have trimmed down to just 500 contracts from the 1,200 they were at a few minutes ago. See? Predicting the future. All's still increasing. Bot puts at 6,200, 62.5 are growing. 61.90 are picking up. So we're 61.80. I don't see spot calls increasing significantly anywhere. But another test at 97 after finding support a little bit higher. Probably need to lose 87 to confirm the downside move. But that would open up the test at 75. So far, we're hanging on to that slightly positive gamma and delta, but barely. It's not a lot. Vol's still picking up to the downside. NQ's got a shitload of room to move down. 60, 632 and 59, 593 supports. It's not called predicting the future when you have a time machine. I didn't. What? That's ridiculous. Ooh, some more puts being added at 75. NQ retesting 6250. Or, yeah, sorry. NQ retesting 22.7. Fall at 195, moving up. Air flag here, but there's not a bunch of calls at 6,200 anymore. So any profit taking here could drive the next leg down and increased vol. but a breakout could offer some stability, I think. One sec. 1 second. Fuck, it's hot in here. What's wrong, Blanca? Yeah, I still have the 6,200 puts for next week. Is your new PC build working well as a space heater? Seems to be, yeah. Hmm. I don't have a 5090. Has YouTube been acting weird for anybody else today? In what way? And bulls are taking profit. That's why we're getting a pullback here. We'll see if they continue to take profits, though. We're getting close to support. Hmm. Some more capitulation. Hmm. Hmm. Nice. Should have done a 6200 butterfly. Hmm. Or just a 6190, 6210 condor. But yeah, that would have probably paid well. Hmm. High or low so far. Maybe trying for a little reversal here at 6200, although it does look weak. Starting to buy. Buying the 61.95 call. Buying a few of the 62.05s. Can't tell if vol's turning up or not. Soul put's still coming in. Oh, nice. Little breakout. Fucked up my win rate. Son of a bitch. Your coin, Pickles Pick, killed it? I know. Wow, 98%. Way to go. Fucking A. Nuke. It's far worse than that. Alright. It's 96%. No. 96.97. Trash, go home. I know. I know. I wish I was better at this. I'm sorry, guys. Do you have any other magical powers besides trading? I make a pretty good eggplant parmesan. Breaking up happy homes. Oh, quiet rims. When you write DD, do you ponder your orb? It's ridiculous. Bulls managed to actually claw out a reversal here. I don't think they're going to try to push any higher than 10, but interesting. There's a lot of calls beneath us that could take profits. Not so many of those calls to the upside, though. Okay, I got the win rate back to 97%. Huh. So many sold puts. Ooh, spicy. Uh, nice. Look at that. Call on the top. You're all welcome. I could boost my win rate by selling my profitable positions, but I kind of like holding. Valid. Actually, Danimal, correction. I'm now 97.14% right 100% of the time. Oh, thank God. Gherk, concrete powder nullified the oils from the poison oak. I'm officially immune. Wait, what? You do know that it takes like hours for it to like for the effects to set in, right? It's not immediate. Just go fucking shower and hope you didn't get a lot on you. Why didn't you just get rid of the poison oak before you did your... Never mind. That dude is dead. He's gonna find out tonight. Yeah, do not rub your eyes or touch your face at all. I would suggest using Castile soap. It's very good at removing oils. I think it has lye. Yeah, or your junk. Don't touch your dick. End of day whip or nah? Maybe just close at 195. 190. I don't know. If the bulls keep taking profit here, they're gonna give up 200, and if they do, we can fall into the negative gamma. I guess we could either close at like 205 or like 192, 193. Either one of those is probably possible right now. Ooh, someone bought the dip. That person might be an idiot. Ah. Oh, yes, Kevin. I'm sorry. I forgot to do that entirely yesterday. But I'm going to write it on the fucking screen this time, so I do remember. I usually remember to do that at the end of the quarter, and I did not. Just so you know, I also do like TA like every week. on the Discord as well. No, he doesn't. He ponders his orb. What? I was like spot on with what I said would happen today. Country club only? Yeah. No. I still got you on today. Don't worry. Just sneak into the weekend streams. They're public. Wow. That's only because I can't make them private, alright? Who would have thought that the people who complain the most about me making the weekend stream private is the people who pay for them to be private? But that was the consensus. Everyone was like, "Oh my god, I can't listen to it in like the background on my iPhone." I pay for Pickles Picks. Alright, fair enough. Just you wait for the pigeon whale picks. Kenny fucked someone good there. I don't know if Kenny did, but someone got fucked. I did say that that guy who bought the dip on that wick was an idiot. Ding ding. McConnor Berry, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornishon, guys. Enjoy your Dillionaire discounts for the month. And let's take a look at the end of day, which sucked. Today sucked on the whole, largely. A lot of flat trading between 61.78 and a high of 62.10. Lower high for the day. Failing slightly into close, although not as much as I would have liked. I would have preferred it dropping a little lower around like 195. But another close, or a first close below 6,200. which could indicate some more downside into the rest of the week. I will warn that tomorrow is devoid of any important macroeconomic data. There could be more information on the bill, which has passed the Senate and is now hitting the House for the raise on the debt ceiling. There could be other news, but no hard data really. We have Challenger in the morning. I mean, if Challenger's like job cuts are down and jolts are up, that could be a little bit bearish and like pushing up. Maybe on the belly, maybe a little bit on the top end of the yield curve, which could marginally reduce leverage. But I don't think it would drive like a big pullback. Everyone seems to be pretty happy just sitting here and trying to crush realized volatility, which does fall off very dramatically over the next 2 weeks out on the 60 and 90-day windows, which I could show you guys, and that's probably fairly important to look at. Hold on. So over the last month or so, while we've rocketed higher, there have been some there has been some reluctance, let's say, to sell the volatility out on the 60 and 90-day windows. Not that it's not being sold, it is, just not as aggressively as it could be. And those options still remain extraordinarily cheap relative to their longer term performance. And so, they present a great deal of risk to vol control, which, you know, or any other fund that would be, you know, interested in selling longer dated volatility and kind of trying to pin volatility to the range where it's at. And that's left volatility relatively high. I mean, given that the last time we were up here, you know, VIX was decently lower than it is now. And yeah, I mean, it just presents a little bit of risk. Now, over the next few days and through the VIX preceding that decline, we could see some spikes in volatility, and that would probably be our best chance at any kind of pullback. But ranges are trimming down quite a lot, and it seems that people are mostly just, you know, selling the short strangles or you know, selling like out of the money condors in this price range, and that, you know, that further reduces the intraday trading range. Today actually closed 11 points down on the day, which I'm a little bit surprised about. However, NQ is selling off, and sold off through the majority of the day, closing down 92 points at the end of the day, and this could be an early signal of some sector shift. We're definitely seeing a little bit of rotation out of, you know, maybe some tech services stuff, which could get worse following the ISM services report later in the month, especially if services prices continue to rise, because ISM services price index is generally considered a leading indicator of CPI. And what's really happened over the last couple of weeks is that we've priced out, or priced in, I should say, more rate cuts from the Fed. But the Fed and most of the market still has no proof that their expectation for inflation to rise in the second half of the year is untrue. It's simply the sentiment is just, you know, pushed out a lot of the more skittish pricing out there on Fed fund futures. And so, if inflation does rear its head in any meaningful way, that will probably come with some corrective action as yields at the top end of the curve rise, and rising yields act as a very strong headwind to equity price improvement. Also, remember, this entire rally driven on rumors, right? And so, you know, if we think about all the stages of the rally, pretty much all of it has been driven by the hope that things are going to get better
or remain functionally the same as they were going into quarter one. We had trade deals with China, which have yet to come to fruition. This was more trade deals with China, and then we traded pretty flat. The market was actually respecting risk for most of May into June there, and then we sold off just a little on a war that didn't happen. And then, rallied into tariffs on July 8th and the budget bill on the 4th is the expected day for that. Which means that the two macro events most feared by the market or most anticipated by the market are going to resolve over the next 8 days. And once those are resolved, then the knowledge of then the knowledge of what is going to come to pass is more locked in. Which means that, if depending on what's left in the bill by the time it gets back through the House and to the president's desk, and providing it does get back through the House in time, that's going to be a known quantity. The Treasury is going to start issuing securities to refill the TGA, probably at a very rapid rate. I would say most of those treasuries are likely to be on the front end of the curve in an effort to combat a stagnant Fed. And they are going to try to drive yields on the short end down. However, they have very little control over yields at the long end, and I don't think the Treasury refunding all of that debt at moderately lower rates is really bullish, and that money's got to come from somewhere. And given that equities are, once again, massively overvalued to their 10-year expectations, a lot of that money might come from here, right here on the SPX. So I wouldn't say this is over, and a lot of this reminds me of the rebalancing act that went on following SVB. Remember when we fucking tanked into March and then rallied and then traded flat into April, then we risked on a bunch until Japan cut rates, and then we dumped into from August, September, October. And so I think anything at this point that pulls back the promise of Fed rate cuts this year would be very bad. Ultimate taco trade is the best case scenario. Yeah, and we may just end up with the same reciprocal tariffs that we fucking had that crashed the market in April, right? We don't know, but there's a very good chance that that's what we walk away with. In which case, the price is not right. Which would explain why, out of hedge funds and institutions, the only significant buying we've seen has been, short cover. Most of this rally has been almost entirely retail driven. Retail not as in, me and you, but, smaller funds, bigger retail investors, mutual funds, that kind of shit. Just buying the fuck out of the dip. And then if hedge funds and institutions are wrong, they'll have to short cover more. But if they're right, they're still quite short, at least as a percentile compared to historically. So something to consider with all of this, right? You talk about market cycle sentiments, and you think about bubbles forming, and there's fear in the bubble, which generally causes a very sharp pullback, and then that fear dissipates initially, and this creates something they call like a new normal. And the problem with this like new normal period in market sentiment is that it is in fact not a new normal, right? The macro environment has changed dramatically, and the market here and its continued exuberance is simply ignoring those changes. And I think we're very much still in a situation where that's a possibility, and these generally precede very, very deep, drawn out financial crises. Um, so it's something to watch out for. I know it's a new high, and like everyone thinks that can't still happen, but it definitely could. Especially if we have 55% tariffs against China and 30% tariffs on the EU, and 20 fucking percent tariffs on Australia. And the rest of our major import partners. And that's on the 8th. And Trump has already said that he has no intention of kicking the can again. China is delayed until August, but the rest of the reciprocal tariffs are not. And even if he does push it out to August, that doesn't necessarily mean that the market needs to go up higher. It just extends time. If you guys were around in like 2018, 2019, the last time Trump had his little tariff tantrum, the market dropped and recovered several times during the course of it. Anyway, yeah, Liberation Day 2.0. ES struggled to hold above 62.52 today. A little bit of a lower high once again, which we also saw in the overnight test, and it's additionally drawn down a bit since close, floating around right at that 61.93 level that I wanted for close. Regardless, as long as we stay above the week open and we fail to fill the downside gap, which is not only on SPX but also here on ES, I think this range is generally fairly stable. It's a little bit capped on the upside by a lot of sold call positioning, and put sellers aren't really chomping at the bit to sell puts above 6,200, which really leaves like this like 6170 to 6200 trading range, and with the lack of data tomorrow, I could see that persisting. So don't expect tomorrow to be super exciting either, unless we do lose that lower level, in which case something fun might happen. The dollar kind of flattened out today a little bit, with yields at the back end of the curve rising slightly, mostly on the 10 and 20 year. 30 year really didn't do anything. Well, it was actually down a little bit, but the belly of the curve pushing up a bit, out on the 2 and the 5. For correlation, we got a little bit of a turnaround in 3-month correlation, which is actually looking far more bearish. And right, I did say after the end of the month, we want to watch this, because all of that like positioning that was supporting, that positive charm flow, and that bulls were so willing to sell puts into, is now eroded. It's gone, and now the downside protection for the dispersion trade is no longer there, which makes the dispersion trade riskier. And we do see a little bit of a pullback over the last couple of days in 1-month dispersion, but mostly flat, so still bullish in the near term. But if you look at it, the 3-month correlation, that is starting to rise, and not only is it starting to rise, it's actually significantly higher at close today than it was on Monday. And so that is breaking down. And if that 3-month correlation starts to break down a little more rapidly, it tends to lead the 1-month correlation breaking down. But when the 1-month correlation does break down and catches up with it, that move can be very violent in both the indexes and volatility. Uh, Commodities still kind of trying to stabilize here around like the 102 level. This is Bloomberg commodity futures, which is kind of a broad basket, but gold outperforming the drop in the dollar, which was minute, but silver not so much. Oil up today, almost 100 points, which is a nice little move. There was a rocket fired out of Yemen, possibly at Israel. I didn't really hear any more about it, but if the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran were to be violated in any way, obviously that could drive oil prices higher very rapidly and unexpectedly. So things there kind of on a hair trigger. The rising 3-month correlation, seeing a little bit of a rise in bond volatility, but it's definitely not yet caught up. And we will probably want to see 3-month correlation continue to rise, and then that might lead to a bump in bond volatility, leading to higher yields at the top end of the curve, possibly negative for equities, if you guys don't really understand what I'm showing you there. Some weird shit on the carry leverage today. Dropped pretty sharply this morning, under 8x, closing the day at 8.08. A similar move, but inverse on the short end of the curve there. And a little bit of a pullback in the bond curve today, down about 2% from its intraday high, but the forward yield on volatility continues to kind of turn back up, now negative 10% today. Remember, I said over the next few weeks I wouldn't be surprised if we see the forward yield on volatility hit positive again. Tomorrow is the end of month VIX expiration. And so after tomorrow, with all of that volatility positioning coming loose, we might see volatility get unpinned a little bit more. Skew is actually kind of interesting. We're still seeing I guess this is like a significant lack of out of the money put demand, but that seems to be more in line with out of the money puts being bought to close or expiring than it does really anybody buying or selling more out of the money. And generally dropping skew is kind of bearish. I mean, if you look at skew from like Feb's high into April's low, there weren't any points where skew was rocketing due to out of the money put demand. It was that short puts had pulled back, and that dragged skew down, which is actually a little bit inverse of what the index expects you to think of it. But it's probably something notable to consider, in that skew generally drops ahead of corrections in the index. Breadth still narrowing, slight upturn in 20-day moving average stocks, slight downturn in 50. 200-day moving average stocks still climbing, and probably will still continue to climb. RSP had a very good day, or the equal weighted S&P portfolio. So this is like the equal weighted ETF is up 117 points today, despite the overall index being down 13 points. And that's one of the other indications that we're seeing a little bit of sector shift, probably out of tech into small caps and industrials, in order to capture more upside yield, which simply is just not present in tech stocks right now. As techs pull back, that can switch, but that can come alongside a breakdown into the dispersion trade. We got another day of slightly declining correlation, but barely, and mostly flat day over day, 0.01%, between VIX and VX and cash VIX. Remember, as this period of like flatter correlation, declining correlation into flat correlation kind of ends, you generally see an uptick in volatility And then, you know, correlation rises, and then you see it shorted apart, like that spread shorted back apart again. Fed fund futures expectations falling today with a slight bump in JOLTS data. We priced out that fourth rate cut for mid 2026. Turned around from pricing in 3 rate cuts at the beginning of 2026 and are now just pricing 10 points of cuts by the September expiration. So, you know, September kind of back in line with where it was mid-May. But Jan 2026 still significantly higher. And if those expectations get priced out due to rising inflation, this will be especially important with strong labor data and increased price indexes this week. If those expectations start to fall and it looks like the Fed's not going to cut, we're probably going to see those rates at the top end of the curve move back up, and the 10-year back closer to like, you know, 4.4 or 4.5. Bear steepener turned around pretty sharply today, but that was with, you know, the belly of the curve. And so out here on the technical side, we have a lower low off of our projected high, which I actually need to change to what the actual high was, which was it was 62.1508. This is now our only real upside resistance. I marked some levels to the upside, kind of out there. They don't really mean anything, but they might be significant in some way. We got a lower or a higher low and a lower high today. Still no confirmation of a breakdown, and not even a signal of one until we close that gap to the downside, and then we'd be looking at, you know, the prior all-time high at 61.47.43. It's possibly confirmation of a little bit of a breakdown at this resistance. But remember, if this does break down, the 6100 and 6031 levels could both provide support for reversal into a continued upside move. So be aware of that. I would say if 6031 is lost, things get a little bit more bearish. But only out, but still fairly neutral until like down here at 58.37. Under that, very bearish. So we're really far from any kind of correction. If we start to get one, you'll have a lot of time to probably confirm, especially at those fairly important monthly levels. Really far from one by price, not by time. We could get one fairly soon, I think, but there's plenty of time to confirm the downside. I did promise somebody that I'd go out here and take a look at the 3-month, the quarterly. This is kind of like the quarterly bar. We have not yet tested the 1929 trend, which is significantly more accurate out here, just due to the scaling that the charts uses, and that's that green line there. Actually, the wedge that we failed over the previous quarters was just tested last month in April. And this quarter, you know, the upside test of that prior channel of price improvement would be out at like 66.43. I think that's very unlikely. I think it's kind of unlikely that we get very far above the 1929 trend, which is currently out at like 63.37 for this quarter. And so as we move into the like third quarter of the year, I think some pullback is possible. Maybe maybe back to like the 59.47 range, and then we close around like 6,100 ish. But and possibly the next quarter also being a little bit lower. Remember, growth is expected to contract into quarter 3 and quarter 4 of this year, and so that would give us around like 656.96 into the, like, as a test into the back half of the year. Not saying that's where we'd close. Obviously, there's the potential to close higher, but I wouldn't be surprised if over the entirety of the year we end up with S&P returns being moderately flat or at least below 10%. How much percent for downside? For what? For a correction? I don't know, like 2 to 3.5 probably, given all the positive gamma. There's a chance that that could like extend out to maybe 5%. I don't know if up 20% by next summer. We'll have to see. I mean, getting past the tariffs is really important for all of this, and so it's hard to project anything further out unless you know what's going to happen. But I would say purely on the technical side, we're very close to resistance here on the quarterly, which means that we're likely to get some kind of pullback between like July and November, October, which could mean that, you know, we get a pullback on like this candle, which is kind of flat already. See where that ends up, and then, you know, the following quarter probably a recovery out of that pullback. But that's just, I mean, it's just TA, so don't take it with a grain of salt, especially on time frames like this. And I think that is it for the day. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Sorry for the very extended end of day wrap up. And I will, I'll see you all tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial.